Okay. Okay. And before we okay. First, I just want to make sure everyone upstairs is the sound clear. Okay, and the women's section down here. Can you hear me? Just give me a. Terrific. I want to start with just a couple of acknowledgments. First of all, thank you to the people who are kind enough to sponsor our learning and our experience this morning. Jill Felder, who is sponsoring in memory of her father, Arthur Pell, on the occasion of his shloshim, and to Bobby Kanzimmer, Bobby's our dad, who is sponsoring today in memory of her late husband, Ben Zimmer, and God willing. What we do this morning should be a source of merit for the elevation of their souls. I want to thank Mary Kaminsky for all the work that she does in keeping the shul going in so many different ways, and particularly for the efforts she put in to help this be as seamless a process as possible, and especially in terms of allowing us to include both the people who are sitting in this room in our communal availus, as well as those who are sharing the experience with us online. In addition, as always, a very good thank you to Anna. Um, First of all, has allowed me now for decades to devote myself to trying to um, deepen and share Tisha B'Av with all of you, which comes at a cost for all the other people who are the primary responsibility of my life. Um, this is the end of a process that requires a lot of time, a lot of effort, and I can't imagine that I am the best company during the weeks of the year where I am feeling in tragedy. So I, as always, appreciate your efforts. As Yeshua said, "Shali v'shalachem shalahi," that whatever I am able to do together with you is a result of her efforts and her deep-seated feelings, Ramana Kahal, particularly over the course of the last year, where I have firsthand appreciated how deeply she has felt Sarah and Shaltibor, pain of the Jewish people, and that has only continued to push me and inspire me to do what I can further that feeling. Okay, before we get just a few brief notes. First of all, there are two handouts that are available here in Shaw that will be helpful to you. The first is schedules that we will say with all the page numbers. We are going to slightly out of order just to confuse you, but that is the list. That is the page numbers. Page numbers are based on the art scroll kinos. Strangely, different editions of the art scroll kinos change the pagination slightly. Now, if you look to the page and it's not the right page, number one is probably neither. Definitely, I have in parentheses after the name of the Kino number. The Kino numbers are consistent. Different at the beginning of the Kino. They also, if you're using any of the other Kino's books, those numbers will be helpful. Secondly, there is, it's the first time that we're doing this, the things I want you to actually see inside. Some of his text, some of his artwork. There's a pamphlet entitled Kinos to the Shadows of the Surah Supplementary Material. So again, it's not necessary, but I think it will add to your experience if you have a copy of this. Possible we don't have enough copies for everyone, although we'll see who's left by the time we get to this. But if you want to share one with someone, so that will certainly suffice. The Rebbe Rayatz from Lubavitch used to tell this story, told it over in the name of the Alter Rebbe, who said it over in the name of the Baal. He said the Baal Shem used to tell his Hasidim the following story. Every morning, the Malachim, the angels in heaven, come to say Shira, to sing with the Jewish people. And that again, that is the heart. Or we have parenthetically Kedusha, the whole idea of Kedusha that we say, the Kaddish Shivcha Ba'alam, that we praise your name in this world. In the same way the angels sanctify God's name on high, there is a chorus of the angelic and the human. This is a theme that we find throughout the Piyutim. They come to sing together. But comes with the Torah morning, the Baal Shem Tov says the Malachim come to the shul and they find them empty. Jews don't go to shul early, so with the Torah morning, they're up late by Hakapas. Then they sit down to have a meal. So every time they come to start the Torah morning, so the Malachim, the Baal Shem Tov says, can't start until the Torah. So instead, what do? They go to Gan Eden, they use the time to straighten up. But the Shem Tov says, when the Malachim come on the Torah morning, they find something very strange. Normally in Gan Eden, they find Tashmish Kedusha, they find various holy artifacts, tefillin, tzitzis. Instead, in the mornings of the Torah, they find very mundane things. They find the heels of shoes. They find worn out slippers. There comes the Malach Michael, the great defender of the Jewish people, and he said, Michael, what are all these shoes? Oh, Michael says, these are the shoes of the Jews who dance in Chastorah night. That's in Chastorah. The Jewish people gives their tribute to God, not in tzitzis, not in tefillin, not in the Tosfos, not in the Gemara. With the simplest things, with shoes, with the hours of fervent dancing, with the singing, with the joy. And he goes, Michael, and he shows the shoes. And these are the shoes that come from the shtetl kamin, and these are the shoes that come from Medrash. And the Alter Rebbe continued that Michael takes the shoes on Simchas morning, Keser Yitlucha, and makes a crown for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, a beautiful crown, out of the shoes of Knesset Yisrael. And he says on that day, the angel Mitat, Sarafim, God's vizier, every day takes the prayers of Klal Yisrael and makes the crowns for the master of the world out of those beautiful, sublime prayers. And so Torah, he's jealous of Michal because he's able to take the shoe of the Jewish people and make them into a crown of the master of the world. So what did Malachim find us here and the mornings of this Torah? How many shuls do they find empty? And the ones that weren't empty, how much horror, how much confusion, how much deep-seated pain and worry, what's going to be, what's happening. Instead of the shoes of HaKafos, the Malachim found the shoes, Neba. My brothers and sisters, the know the best. The shoes that were found afterwards, strewn all over the ground. People throwing off, women throwing off their heels to run. In the mornings of Hastorah, the Malachim found the leftover grenades that were thrown into a shelter filled with young Jewish people in fear of their lives. And Anir Shapira, Hashem Yikom Damu, picked up those grenades when they were thrown into the shelter, threw them back out again. This is Simchas Torah that turned into Tishma. The Malachim found the burnt out homes of Karaza, of Be'eri, those people that died off the Hashem, on the streets of Ofakim. No. That's not the stuff of crowns. So it's fascinating to know that one of the images that we find in Tishra is not only the mourning, the grief, the pain here on earth. The idea, the shockwaves reverberated throughout the celestial space. This is the theme we find in the Midrashim and we find in the Kino. So that's where we begin this. Not the beginning of the Kino, but so turn to page 264. The Kino Chavdalad of Churban Beis Hamikdash takes us to a very different camera that we're used to looking at the destruction of Yerushalayim. We normally think of that beautiful building engulfed in flames. Think of all the images we read on last night. The Jews hunted in the streets, in the forests, the wildernesses. People hacked to death, murder, rape. People sold into slavery. But this Kino takes us into Shammai, into the heavens above. And Doug tries to imagine the Churban from God's perspective. Kodesh HaKadoshim, it's Kodesh, Nivdad, Sachta, Ve'elelta, O'Halishda. There's the Holy of Holies being destroyed. God is crying out and wailing. My tent is plundered. Next page. Then the heavens facing the throne of glory were dark, and the celestial heights were plunged into black. All the silver and golden vessels were hacked and pillaged. And when the splendor departed, the ministering angels were demoted. And the day called chaos and confusion. Bands of angels were left perplexed like a woman in birth travail, until the Almighty Himself began to speak, answered, Eicha Ach. Angelic singers were silent, because He said, what are you doing here? Today, permission to sing has not been given. So this is, I think, a most remarkable image. Bold image. The idea that on the day of our suffering, that God, as it were, takes part in that suffering. Language is measured, visa, for period delay. God rips off His royal raiment. God goes into mourning. How do we understand? The first way to understand this idea that it's not us alone. It's the idea that it reminds us that we can perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu even and perhaps especially in our darkest moments. We know we say to Him, Imo Anochi Sarah. God says, I'm with him in the time of trouble. And the truth is, how many people here have sometimes had that experience? The dark, low point. Maybe, God forbid, when we lose a loved one. But we feel like Kadosh Baruch Hu's with us. And we feel Him sitting next to us on the floor, that there's a comfort. The idea that our mourning matters. That the power behind the universe shares what we feel. The Moshe Wolfson, the Chassad Bracha, says this is really the essence of Tisha B'Av. Tisha B'Av is the day, he says, we know the famous prophecy, Zechariah, that one day Tisha B'Av will be healed. So most are going to understand it's not a day to mourn anymore, maybe. But what makes it a yontif? So he says every yontif has birkas ma'adecha, the bracha of the holiday. What we gain from it, we learn from it. On Pesach, we learn about freedom. We learn what it means to be free. On Sukkot, we deepen our connection to Simcha, putting away reserves of Simcha for the whole year. He says Tisha B'Av is the Yom Tov of Imo Anochi B'Tzad. That God is with us in our time of pain. That if we are perceptive, we can feel the hug. We can feel the hand on our shoulder. And the idea that in the pain, consumption, the knowledge of the events of Hasora, and the war that we still sit in the middle of. There's tremendous chizuk to remember that we are not, that the Midrashim, the Kinos, give us this array of images. That the heavens themselves cry along with us. And that tells us that we matter. And there's a famous Chazal. Chazal says, the Shechina Shora of Rosh HaKol. That God's presence hovers over the head of someone sick. That someone who's sick, it's not just an accident of biology. That their pain, their suffering, their loneliness is shared. That God is present with them. Yes, interesting, the halacha, for a variety of reasons, is no longer practiced. Kol shemis'abel Allah, mis'abel ima. The Gemara says, if someone that we are obligated to shiva is sitting shiva, there used to be that the other relatives would keep a kind of shiva along with it. So if your sibling, God forbid, lost a spouse, it's not your spouse. You're not obligated to mourn in the way that we look at things today. But according to the Gemara, if my brother, if my sister is in the shiva, then I also have a quasi. And so HaKadosh Baruch Hu today, and this whole year, we have to think of both as a menachem, as someone who comes to comfort us, tell us that he shares our feelings, that he cares about us, and more than that. Perhaps HaKadosh Baruch Hu is sharing the Avelos, whether it be the Avelos of Tishba, or the Avelos of Tavshin Bein Aleph, that he's there as a karov. He's there. If we're hurting, he hurts for us as our Father in heaven. But there are even edgier formulations. Starting in 1648, massive waves of slaughter engulfed the Jews in the kingdom of Poland. It was at the time a massive country and the biggest single center of Jews in the world at the time. And that sent shockwaves throughout the Jewish world. I just started last night a book by a historian Adam Teller. He's done an incredible job at going through archives, 12 different languages, document the impact not just of the slaughter, but of the refugees who went all over the Jewish world, of the incredible numbers of Jews who were taken hostage and redeemed at great cost in Jewish communities around. Fascinating. So the Jews of Poland made a fast day to commemorate the events of 1648, 49, and really the decade that followed. That fast is called the 20th. So a century later, there's a paper written called the Shoresh Havoda. And it's a guide for people who want to live, let's call it a higher level, more intense spiritual life. So in the Shoresh Havoda, it discusses what does Chav Sivan mean more than a century after the events. And that question, I think, this is an idea we'll come back to, resonates for us. How are we going to remember the events that started of the past year, this coming out of season? How will we remember them 30, 40, 50, 60 years from now? How will our grandchildren remember them in a century? He says, Ikar Tailis of Chav Sivan. The essence of the vast day of Chav Sivan was to in every moment put into our hearts Al Harigas Tzadikim V'Chasidim V'Al Klal Uma Yisraelis and Dosha Shener V'Nisas Acharios. To internalize the deaths of the holy, the righteous, really all of the nation who died in terrible, cruel deaths. V'Lekonein V'Liba Al Harigas B'Nav Shalamaka Baruch. To be able to wail about the death of the children of the omnipresent. Blessed be He and blessed. And he says that something remarkable. He says, certainly, how much pain HaKadosh Baruch Hu must have had over those events. And he knows that we are treading here into theologically murky waters. What does it mean to talk about God's suffering? So he has the quality, as if that were possible. We don't really know what the implication of that would be. He says all of those people, had they lived, continued to do good and deep things, Haya Magia Yisbar Shemo Nachas Ra. What nachas HaKadosh Baruch Hu would have for his children. And perhaps there is no more uniquely Jewish conception for father and after. The idea we all daven for nachas of our children. The idea that HaKadosh Baruch Hu feels nachas in his children. So many of them were not able to provide. And he gives a parable. He says, Achim she'ahav aviyam v'tachlis. Imagine for yourself, brothers, that their father loves them tremendously. And Nebuch Aleinu, one of them was murdered in the most ugly, cruel, unspeakable ways. He says, "Yaseichel l'chaim sh'achim anisharim yivku v'yitzdaru v'yonenu al tzaras aviyah." He says the surviving brothers, they have to be so sensitive, so pained on the pain of their father. They had that child with how much pleasure, how much satisfaction would a father or a mother have for a child snatched away. So he says the surviving siblings, the surviving children, what a burden on them. On the one hand, they're mourners themselves. They have their own grief. When they see their parents suffering so much, they have to do what they can to bind up the wounds of their mourning parents. And the truth is, this is the challenge I've seen so many times in so many shivas. Sometimes it's even with the avail themselves, but certainly this is something I felt time with children-in-law, spouse-in-law, they have their own grief for sure. They lost someone they developed an independent relationship. But they have to, in those difficult moments, it can't be about them. Because they need to transition their role of being the support for their father, for their mother, for their child, for their sibling, who perhaps are even in a deeper place of pain. So we started with the images of the Midrash. Rosh Wolfson explains to us, it's God Kivayachal being there for us. God is our support of those moments that we need Him the most. These are the flips, the metaphor. Now it's God who's. Now the idea, the Churban Yerushalayim, destruction of Yerushalayim, the pogroms, the crusades, the Holocaust, is HaKadosh Baruch Hu's pain. And that we are now, we somehow become the comforter. It's an incredibly radical idea. So now it's 1942. And we find ourselves in the Warsaw Ghetto. And in the Warsaw Ghetto is here Kodesh, Maya Kanafis. There's an angel that lives in the Warsaw Ghetto. His name is Ruklonius Kalman Shapira, the Rebbe of Piasecz. And the Rebbe of Piasecz now left us a gift. He left us his drushas that for 3 years, from the time the Germans bombarded Warsaw during the Yom Narayim, during the Yontif season of 1939, until the end of 1942, the Piasecz Rebbe gave over his drushas, which I've shared with you many times. And today, we have Dr. Henry University wrote a beautiful book where he goes through the history of the Warsaw Ghetto and correlates the events that happen with the drushes in the book. The drushes, everyone has a date. It was this parsha. It was this Yom Tov. So now if you want to understand what the ragtag group came to hear Torah, what were they thinking about? What was going on in their lives? What was inflaming the Rebbe's imagination? You can go, again, something beautiful to read, Tisha B'Av afternoon. Happy to lend someone, I have 2 copies. Let's borrow them. So comes Parsha. And she says the Rebbe says, Hine Isha Yisraeli, Hamuna B'Yisrael. There's a Jew who is in tremendous pain. Choshev Shiraku Mitzvah. And he thinks he's alone. And being alone is the worst thing for him. Ki'ilu kol Yisrael ha'pratim v'stirei kol Yisrael einam nogin l'ma. And he feels my suffering and the suffering of our people doesn't somehow make it up to heaven. And he's talking to the Jews down 1942 in the winter. It's been 2.5 years. 2.5 years his life was. He says, Pasuk Omer, all of their pain, there's pain to God. And he goes to the Gemara, Bisman Sha'avim Mitzayr. When a person is in pain, Shechina Ma'omeres. What does the Shechina say? Kalani Miroshi, Kalani Mizrawi. Oh, my arm hurts me. My head hurts me. Ubesvarim Akdoshim Isa, and it says in the holy books, Shaharbi Yoser Imasha Adam Mitzayr. Kivayochol Hu Yisborach Mitzayr V'Yisrael Isha Yisraeli. That much more than we suffer. The God, Kivayachol, again, every time the caveat, as if this were possible. Right? We are here in the deepest paradox of what it means for a human being to contemplate God. So these answers says as follows. It is possible. This God is definitionally boundless. Nothing in our minds prepares us, allows us to think about the infinite nature of His world. We can't, right? Who built Tikkun? He says the same way God suffered together with every Jew and with Klal Yisrael is similarly boundless. He says, therefore, even though the Gemara tells us that God every day says, woe is me! I destroyed my temple. I exiled my children. We can't hear it because we don't have the ability to feel the depth of that pain. Today I'm not interested in working out the fine points of theology. But the idea I think that is so central. However you want to frame it. that His Baruch Hu is there with us. He feels our suffering. He feels our pain. More than that, His own boundless pain. His Baruch Hu is also the fish of ocean. His Baruch Hu is also the floor. And the truth is that He is bearing so much more than the sorrow of an individual person. So our tefillos are both tefillos for us, tefillos for Him. So I want to share with you a story. A story that was written up by a man named Shlomo Zalman Shragai. He was a prominent member of the Mizrahi, deputy mayor of Yerushalayim, around the time of the founding of the state. In 1948, he was sent, representing Jewish agency, sent to visit Poland. 3 years after the war, there are still survivors in Poland, many of them. Most of them want desperately to leave. And the state of Israel is about to be born, the gates are about to open. So he is on a diplomatic mission for the nascent state of Israel. So he wrote up the story. And I found the story quoted in an article by Rav Tamir Granot. Tamir Granot is Shiva in Israel. But Nebuch lost a son. His son was killed on the northern border a couple of weeks after. A few days after the first. So the story goes like this. Shragai gets onto a train in Poland. And he says, a certain Jewish woman said, I have a sister in Yerushalayim. My father is on his way. He's leaving Poland now. Can he sit with you on the train? So the Shragai says, yes. He says, they boarded the plane. The train, excuse me, sorry. And he says, he sees old Jew with a yellow face, white beard. And he doesn't want to talk. The old Jew pulls out a suitcase and pulls out a Naim Elimelech, the classic Hasidic Sefer Polish. He starts to look around, he's learning a little bit in Naim Elimelech. And he says, Shagai is sitting on this bench in the train. He says in those days in Poland, they hadn't come to war yet. There were no padded seats, there were no sleeper cars. There were just bare benches in the train. And at that point, he turns to his neighbor. He pours him a cup of water. And they start to share. And he tells him, I lived my whole life in Galicia. I'm a Bel Chosed. And he starts telling him what happened to him. How he lost his wife, the number of his children, how he's saved, now he's going to Israel. And at a certain point, he just stopped. Stopped talking. And he just sat. So after a few minutes, Shagai is uncomfortable, he gets up, he leaves the train car. When he comes back, he finds the old Jew sleeping. And in the morning, he says he wasn't really able to sleep all night because he was thrown, shaking by his encounter with the survivor. His memories were so fresh, so fresh. So as our guy gets in the morning, he puts on his house bill and chakras, and the old Jew is just sitting there staring at him silently. He says the silence was terrible. At some point in the afternoon, the old Jew says to him, after everything that happened, everything that I saw, Hashem had no mercy on me. He says, I don't daven it. Imagine this old Jew. He lives his whole life. Those are who's all he knows to read on the train is to open the Holy Bell. But he feels so abandoned, so cast away, that to put on tefillin, to daven chakras, it's not in his wheelhouse. He says as it gets close to and he's getting off the train in Prague, the old Jew is continuing to Paris. He says to him, can you get me my suit? Shagai reaches up, hands him the suit. And as the sun is setting out the windows of the train, the old Jew puts on his house villain and stands up to that. And he says, I just stood there staring. And when he finished davening, he's wrapping his fill and he turns and he looks at Shagai and he says the following. He says, I'll be then, by every measure of justice and logic, I don't have to die. He says, however, does God himself not need a little mercy? What does he have left in this world? Mini Sharlo. Who is left to him? And if he is somehow in mercy on it, I am still alive. I felt at least I should have some rahmat on him as well. So I got up and I davened for the first time. He says, the tears flow down his face, and he said, I, Rahman Saych Oifen Rebbeinu Shalom. The Shagai said, I left the car and I said, V'hitraot v'Yushalayim v'nizke l'bias Mashiach. We should see each other in Yerushalayim and merit the coming of Mashiach. But he says he wrote this up in the late 1970s. More than 30 years later, he can't get those words out of his head. Rahman Sayyid and Rebbeinu Shalom. That we have to have a little bit of mercy for the master of the universe. So on this Tisha B'Av, as we are sitting and beginning the recitation of Kino, As we are scanning together with Michal Amalach, like an Eden that's filled with so much sacrifice, so many kedoshim, so many shoes, so many burdens. Imagine for a moment that it's Tisha B'Av and Silsim Hasora and Shamayim as well. Together with the Makone on page 264, we keep these two screens in our mind. The screen on earth and the idea that our suffering is not alone, it's not for naught. Somehow it matters the very core of the universe. ונמת ככף הכף ושקידו הופכם נעים ומסלחו כה הכוח והגבורה ונמו עצר מהכיסא הזופו גבי שמיים וכדרז ושפון יחד בוז לשבר כנפלו שרה שולחנו Shalom, Nam I ara Adonai. Osroshina, Liktashim, Gihunfo. Strafim, Ominim, Naomi, Mamad, Ginesh, Machon, Mahmad, Timpurim, Hashma. Nechoshes Yom, Azara, Giora. Ginim Zula, Belmi, Nam Shiva. Tibur Basa. Tasu Amunimu Avim, Los Yakuvim. וכתיבה יוסם מזבחים, יחודים יתיבנה, חשובים, חיל סרבי הקודש, כולם נגדו לו סוף, ואל אדיר שמו לו אבוסי לו סוף. הנה יום צם, התקלסו למלך בשעת הזם, והכהנים מלווים על משמרותיהם לשחותם, והמחלק עוזם. Nama Yamala Kasur Bar Kilam Shamshim Mashavi Yolchi Vasari Masigani Mikeva Mashvi Usmor Bade Sakho Gram Rokim Tot Laviv Vakachno Avine Michoel Hulei Malech Lifano Okay, we go back to the order of the Kino schedule. The return of a Kunen Yirmiyahu, Kina number 11, page 180. And there's one person who is the tragic hero of Tisha. That man is Yirmiyahu, the prophet Jeremiah. Yirmiyahu, for 40 years before the Korban, desperately tried to move the people to repentance, to acceptance. First, she was reviled and beaten, tried, almost executed, imprisoned, and labeled as a traitor, as an enemy of the Jewish people, as a friend to the Babylonians. But there was no one who loved Klal Yisrael as much as Yirmiyahu. And paradoxically, Yirmiyahu never wanted this career. It was a career that was incredibly big. God said to Yirmiyahu in his youth, he said to him, I put you in your mother's womb to be a prophet. And God gives him his mission. He says in the very beginning of Sefer Yirmiyahu, behold, I have charged you today. I've sent you to the kingdoms, to the nations, with the following mission. To uproot, to destroy, to devastate, to build and to plant. So it sounds like two radically different missions. The two paths stand before the Jewish people in the world. A path, of destruction, devastation, and a path of building and hope. So I've said this before, I think Yirmiyahu's whole life was waiting for the building. Nobody likes to be the prophet of devastation. So early in Yirmiyahu's career, the first king that he served as the prophetic opposite number was Yoshio HaMelech, King Josiah. One of the greatest, most righteous of all the kings of Judah. And we spent many years talking about Yoshio HaMelech, talking about his career. Talking about what might have been. The Lav Havdalos. The death of Yoshio HaMelech was the JFK assassination of his generation, always wondering, had the train gone on the other track, what would have been? What would have been? The Gemara tells us something fascinating. The Gemara in Sanhedrin says, Yoshua Melech, as part of his great repair of the Beis Hamikdash, it's a famous story. They find the Sefer Torah, according to many, it was the autograph copy, the Sefer Torah of Moshe Rabbeinu. And they bring it to Yoshua Melech, and it's open to the great rebuke. And Yoshua Melech says, we need to ask from a Navi, what is this all about? So he goes to a woman by the name of Hulda Hanavi. The Gemara says, what are Yirmiyahu? Right? Other than this story, we never heard of Hulda Hanavi. Certainly a holy woman. According to some, the gates on the southern side of the Beis Hamikdash were named Shari Hulda in her honor. Certainly a wonderful person. But Yirmiyahu Hanavi was there. So one of the answers the Gemara gives, the Yirmiyahu Hanavi was not around because he was on a mission to go bring back the 10 tribes. So what 10 tribes? So we know the northern kingdom, Malchus Yehuda, Malchus Israel, was exiled about roughly a century before the time of Yoshio. Most of the tribes of the Jewish people, in fact, one of the Kinos that we said last night, talks about the two exiles arguing about who has it worse. So the 10 tribes seem to disappear. But we see, you can see in the Rayam and Lachim, the elements of the 10 tribes suddenly are back during the time of Yoshua Melech. So where do they come from? The Gemara says Yirmiyahu went on a mission to go find them and bring them back. So what does that mean? The Yoshua Melech believed and maybe could have been on the path to redemption. Said the time has come to bring back our lost brothers. Those who sit Eretz Oyev in the land of the enemy. Bring them home now. And Yirmiyahu Hanavi who goes. And it seems to me that when Yirmiyahu was there, whether he went to pockets that remained in the north of Eretz Yisrael, he went out into Assyria to go find them, to convince them that the time has come to come home. In his head, Yirmiyahu heard over and over, maybe it's the time finally to build and to plant, to build, to be Mavaser, Agula, to be the one who brings the good news, the news of redemption. The next few weeks, the Rambam says, between Tisha B'Av and Rosh Hashanah, we're going to read the Nevuos of Yeshayahu Hanavi. We're going to read Manavu ala Horim Raglei Mavaser. How beautiful it is on the mountains. The footsteps of the one who's coming to tell us. To tell us that God is reigning in Yerushalayim. That's the kind of job Yirmiyahu Hanavi was angling. Who doesn't want that job? And as he was going north, all he could hear in his ears, Livnosu Lintoa, Livnosu Lintoa, Livnosu Lintoa. To build, to plant, to build, to plant. So Nebuch. Yoshua Melech goes out to Har Megiddo He goes out to meet the armies of the king of Egypt. And there he is slain in battle. So take a look, page 186, 187. But Rav Elazar Kavir takes us to the last moments of Yeshua. The swift-footed emissary Yirmiyahu inclined behind to hear his final word. So Yoshua Melech is dying. And who is there with him on the battlefield? But Yirmiyahu. And Yirmiyahu hears the last words of Yoshua. Ruach Hasav, Hifza Mipir. With his dying breath, Yoshua says, Tadiku Hashem, Kimari Sifi. God is righteous. Thy rebellious. That is the most crushing moment of Yirmiyahu's career. That with Yoshua, a man that he undoubtedly loved. He loved what he was doing. He believed in him. He believed that this might be the moment. The moment of building, of planting. The Beis HaMikdash is cleaned and restored. Idolatry is outlawed. From all corners of the land, they come to celebrate Pesach together. Maybe all of those dark synonyms for destruction and crushing that God charged him with, maybe that's over. Maybe the time has come. So this is a moment of terrible clarity. In the death of Yoshua, maybe for the first time, the Churban became a reality to Yirmiyahu. It's a very challenging time. And so Yerushalmi tells a story that I don't know if it's designed to be literal or not, but it's a haunting story. The story takes place on the day of Churban Bayit. Of the Chavdoi, the Koyim Radi V'Ade Bikas Arvel. It's a story about a Jew. It's a regular workday. And he gets up. He's plowing with his oxen in Bikas Arvel. And the cow starts to move. Cow makes noises, so the cow does. He says a certain Arab walks by. And hears the voice, and he says, Jew. He says, you should know, I can hear in the mooing of your cow, the kachar of Beis Mikdash. I can hear the Beis HaMikdash is destroyed. There's something of the fantastic in this story. Somehow the Jew is unaware. He doesn't know, he doesn't realize. He's gotten up for work. But the ox stops. Right? It's like, they say sometimes they're animals, they know the storm is coming. And the Jew doesn't even know how to understand. He doesn't speak out. He doesn't know how to read the situation. Somehow the Arab is more perceptive. It's what the Arab that tells him. Well, that's what they said. So first of all, the idea that sometimes when we're going about our business, sometimes the Arab is more perceptive than we are. It's something we've learned at great cost. Yachi Sinwar, Machshma V'Zifra, spent years in Israeli prisons. Israeli prisons for these kinds of terrorists are scary places. Right? You know that even in American prisons, the gangs, right, have weird power inside the prison itself. And we know this has been tested in a number of media reports. That there was like a little Hamas army inside Israeli prison. They had their own rules, they had their own elections that they held for their group. They communicated through messages and tiny plastic cell phones that were smuggled into the jail by visitors, by lawyers, by wives, by babies. And back in the day, they would smuggle them in, a family would come to visit their terrorist father. There'd be a little cell phone hidden in the baby's diaper. In those days, we didn't routinely or thoroughly search women or babies or even surveil conversations with lawyers and their clients, Beaton said, recalling those early examples of suicidal democracy. We were so naive. So what did Sinwar do while he was in jail? First of all, he perfected his Hebrew. Right? He worked hard. He read the newspapers every day, Israeli newspaper. Which anyone here who has tried to read a Hebrew newspaper, it's amazing. You can be in day school for 12 years and not be able to read a Hebrew newspaper. You spend a year or two in Israeli prison. Sinwar took courses in Jewish history through the Israel Open University. It was available for prisoners in their spare time to take classes. And you wonder, by the way, how it occurred to them to come on Simchas Torah. So there was a dentist in the prison who has since given interviews to a number of media outlets who got to know Sinwar while he was in prison. And it's interesting, dentist Dr. Victone says that when Sinwar was going to be released, he said he was very opposed. He said, I knew that he was troubled. And Nebuch, Victone's own nephew, Tamir, was wounded, kidnapped, and later murdered in house. Victone says, Sinwar told him the following, that he was confident that Israel could not count on its strength forever. It was innately fragile. Fissures between the country's religious and secular population. After 20 years, you will become weak, and I will attack. Sometimes the Arab walking line is more perceptive. So the Jew is standing by his ox. Goas Zman Danyan. And the ox moves again. Amar le bar Yudai, bar Yudai. The Arab says to him, Mr. Jew, it's time to start plowing. So Yolid Malcolm Mashiach. The Mashiach is born. And this is the source. This beautiful, mysterious idea. The Mashiach is born on Tisha B'Av itself. So Tzaddik HaKohen, the Tzaddik, talks about what does this mean? The Mashiach is born on Tisha B'Av. How can it be a day of devastation, destruction? How can that be the day on which Mashiach is born? Says Tzaddik. He says on that horrible, terrible day. When they saw the enemy walk into the base hammock. He says at that moment, for the first time, they thought about Shuvah. He says, like Yirmiyahu had proved that. He says, as Teichav Nasu Yisrael, B'chal Osim Ritzon Shalom. Paradoxically, at that moment, once they felt the shatter, and it's the shattering of all of the preconceptions, all of the delusions, all of the way they looked at the world that prevented them from being able to truly see the situation, being able to take stock, to change their ways. It was maybe too late at that moment. But the idea at that moment, there was a national awakening. Umizeh nola techa. It says in that moment, from that moment of shattering, the broken glass of all the preconceptions, all the assumptions, that's where the ability to bring Mashiach. And he says, the Medrash says in Echarabah, Tova Yamikilos Kinos Mikol Mem Shana Shel Yirmiyahu. And the end of the day, Icha is more productive than the 40 years of Yirmiyahu's career. Because Yirmiyahu spoke and yelled and pleaded and begged and wept for 40 years. But he couldn't crack all the preconceptions that existed until they actually saw the smoke themselves. Then suddenly they realized that the ideas that were holding them back were not true. What Yirmiyahu experienced the day Yoshio died, the painful liberation of the inability to see. What we sometimes call today Ra. The Tzaddik says that's the moment of Mashiach. That's when redemption became possible. I'm sure many of you remember I went to Israel this past year, beginning of the month of Kislev. So I go to Israel, I try to have the Sinwar to read the papers. And particularly, I have a particular Oneg Shabbos and being able to read Makorishim, the Israeli papers. On Shabbos morning, just arrived Thursday, sitting in my friend's house. And I'm reading the magazine section the previous weeks of Makorishim. And it's breaking my teeth, but I'm getting there. And over, I learned a new word. The word is hitpakhut. Hitpakhut was the word of the day, the word of the year. This past fall. It's a hard word to translate, but it means almost a sudden sobering up, a realization that the assumptions that you had until now are not true. And that's very painful. And the next key I want to talk more about is the moment within Churban that liberates us to be able to imagine Ula, to be able to imagine. But again, just to remember, the hitbachut, this ability to realize that we were mistaken, sometimes means the ability to see that there were possibilities that we hadn't contemplated. Don't forget, we went into Yom Tov with the sense that we were on the verge of civil war in Israel. And the idea, in the end, it's been a very complicated. But last night, Hostage Square in Tel Aviv, and this is the same Tel Aviv where they were fighting in public places in Yom Kippur. Religious and secular people together in Hostage Square. Some of you might have seen the videos. Sat on the floor and read Eicha. In the moment of Churban, Spirit of Mashiach can be there. So we go back to once again cry over Yoshio, over the roads not taken, over the painful moment where you realize it's not happening, and maybe the potential to unleash. Page 182, Kino Yud Aleph 11 by Konen Yiriyah. By Konen Yiriyah, Yoshio. That's an answer. Listen, but no, it's not that. Surely, Dwalo Shio, Imanurma, Yizonishio. Chetz Achar, Chetz, no Rivelo Chatzim. So do, Samu, Gemator Alachitim. Shlosh Meyos, Titim, Kalim. Mitui Nefesh, Masaviviyu. Ras Vasav, Itzamiviyu. Tadiku Adonai, Kimarisiviyu. Tizina Kikineza. Namjana Mama, Mitzah. Tam Gezmatav, Abdu Befasham. Elav, Galei Chayim, Tam Tigrechon, Those who know themselves. Mawish Nas Hashmitah, Yakel Esau. Salam, Besrim Mishtayeh. Rosh Hashanah, Gidavdullah, Echa, Yesrim Mishtayim, Osiyah, Sozos Kino, Sulatam Echulay. Roshati ben Osati, ben Utashali. Okay, the next Kino we're going to say is Echo, which is number 13, page 192. So the structure of this Kino is really a play on words. The word Echa, the letters of the word Echa. And here, Rabbi Elazar Kalir, our great poet of Tishma, Elazar Kalir divides the word Echa into the words A, where, is ko, so. What is ko? So ko is a reference to all the time the almost stereotypical prophetic utterance. Right? What does the Navi say? Ko Amar Hashem. So says Hashem. So the Kino is structured, Eko! Where is Ko Amar Hashem? So Hashem said. And he goes by to share with us a painful cognitive dissonance. There's so many promises, right? We promise, we believe, Hashem is with us, Hashem loves us, Hashem in the covenant, Hashem is going to save us. And how does that go together with our reality? How does that live in the world of Tishrei? Right? How do we bridge that gap? The Kalir and his Kinos, each one often represents a particular perspective, a particular vantage. And then perhaps we can see this as a stage of grief. Right? That as our ancestors trying to understand how is this happening? How is it possible this happen? You'll say to me, we have a whole Sefer Yirmiyahu that talks about why it's happening. But in the moment, and you can see it in Eicha. Eicha is such a book of shock. Right? Eicha it's PTSD in a Sefer. So one of the ways that we're trying to put ourselves in the mindset is Echo. Where are all the promises? Where did they go? So the Nevuah of Yirmiyahu, prophecy of Yirmiyahu. And there are actually two different Prakim in Yirmiyahu. It's not clear whether they are two perspectives on the same story or two separate stories. Yirmiyahu goes to the Beis Hamikdash itself. And it's the Beis Hamikdash that's thronged with people. This is years, maybe decades before the Churban. And it might be a yontif. It's so busy. So many people who are there. And these people, these are the people that go to the Beis Hamikdash. These are people who are, they're from people. They're people, the Beis Hamikdash means something to them. They're going for an experience. They're feeling a sense of connection. And Yirmiyahu Hanavi gets up in the Mikdash and says something, words of God that are perceived by the people as blasphemous truth. This is what he says. Shimon Dar Hashem Kol Yehuda Habayim B'Shar L'Ishtachelu L'Hashem. Listen to the word of God. All of Judah comes to these gates to prostrate themselves to God. He says, Al Tiftachu Lachem Divrei HaSheker Limor. Heichel Hashem, Heichel Hashem, Heichel Hashem Eimer. He says, don't listen to the lying words that tell you this is the temple of Hashem, the temple of Hashem, the temple of Hashem. What does he mean? Let's go a little bit further. He says, for all that I have spoken to you have listened. I'm going to do to the house that my name is called upon. Ashatem botchem. Do you trust me? L'hakom asher nosati lachem v'la'avotechem. Kasher asisi l'shila. He says, I'm going to destroy this house the same way the Mishkan in Shiloh was destroyed hundreds of years before. The Jewish people believe in Divrei Hashem. They believe in something that in the end of the day turns out to be false. What do they believe? They believe the Beis Hamikdash is the house of Hashem. The problem is that's true. Right? We know it was unbelievable miracles took place in the Beis Hamikdash. But the problem is there is a certain overconfidence, a certain sureness. The fact that we have Hashem's house in our midst means that's our ace. A hubris. Absolutely. And one can imagine, by the way, the drashas, the shiurim that went on, that the Mishkan, which was destroyed, after all was tempered. It never had a roof. When they came to Shiloh, they built stone walls. They put cloth draperies. But this is the Beis Hamikdash. This is Zos Menachosiyad Eyad. It says until then, this is my resting place forever. And by the way, it's true. That we say the Shekhinah continues, the Kedusha Rishona Kidsha Lasavavo, that the sanctity was invested in the first Beis Hamikdash continues. So the words Heichal Hashem were ubiquitous. Right? Every Dvar Torah, the Bar Mitzvah boy got up to say, every Yom Tov. What's close we have to go back to our Beis Hamikdash, which is our permanent home of God. Rashi says something very interesting in the Medrash. He says, it says Heichal Hashem 3 times in the Pasuk. Heichal Hashem, Heichal Hashem, Heichal Hashem. Why 3 times? 3 times for the Shlosh Regalim. 3 pilgrimage festivals that occurred every year. They never understood this. Like, what does it mean? means every Yom Tov they came. They had real experiences. Right? The Shekhinah present. And they couldn't imagine that could disappear. And you know what? While the Radak says, we're talking about Nevi'ei Shek. We're talking about false prophets. We know from Yirmiyahu that there were all kinds of people who claimed prophecy in the time of Vayis Rishon, dueling prophets, right? And the question for the regular person, how do you know which one's right? But it's not just the Nevi'ei Shek. Because there's a truth to it. This is something that they heard from the Nevi'im also. More than a century before. Yerushalayim was the most powerful empire in the world. Ashur, Assyria. And the night of Pesach was literally encamped around the walls of Yerushalayim. But Yerushalayim was saved. Yeshayahu HaNavi told King Chizkiyahu, Chizkiyahu is a great believer. He says, that even when there's a sword resting on your neck, you don't give up of the idea that we can merit the mercy of heaven. And that's what the people grew up. That's what Yirmiyahu. Yirmiyahu sends back to God. He says, Hashem Elokim, you lied to this people, saying Shalom Yelachem, saying you will have peace. We got these ideas from you. And because there is truth to it, that made it all the more stymied, all the more, for all of you, Yirmiyahu's efforts, made it so difficult to try to understand the message at. That's hypocrite. The conception, right? The basic idea of the Jews, as Rav Tzadok said, until they saw the enemy walk into the Beis HaMikdash. And we see Nehemiah itself. Lo aminu malchei eretz lo Yoshua Sevel Kiyovo Kiyovo Arva Oyev B'Sharim B'Sholoyim. They didn't think it was possible. An enemy could come into the gates of Yerushalayim. If Sancheirav couldn't do it, if the Assyrians couldn't do it, how could it be possible? Yirmiyahu says, be very careful. Don't say to yourself, Heichal Hashem, and ignore what's building around you. That's hypocrisy. In Israel, there has been, continues to, we're in the middle of the process of radical hypocrisy. what we think about the army and its abilities, not Khalila, the soldiers. But the idea that this couldn't happen here in the government, in military prowess, perhaps in our own independent abilities to defend ourselves. There's a wake up. It's all kinds of delusions, hopes, dreams about Gaza, about many of the people who live there. And what Israel's relationship to its allies are. That's one of the things that we also mentioned. B'chosed kebalayla, Yirmiyahu said to Yerushalayim, weep in the night. Ein la menachem kol avah. She has no comforter for all her lovers. Koriyah bagduba yulaloi. Then all of her friends turned on her, became enemies. And going down the list of the member nations, the nation, question of who can we rely on? And my point being, above and beyond the danger in that reality itself, there's also the grieving over the shattered assumptions, right? The sense of a vertigo of the things that we thought grounded us. And they used to talk about this word, the contempt, right? There was a certain idea of how we manage God. And then there's the doctrine for years and years and years. And clearly it doesn't work. And you see this, there are so many attestations going through this process. The question, so many people who had saw themselves as part of an international women's rights, people who were really people who worked for women's rights, who woke up on Israel. Where are our friends? Right? Where are these people we thought we stood shoulder to shoulder with? How for weeks and weeks and weeks, the terrible stories of abuse of women, of rape, torture, were ignored, or worse, denounced as propaganda. When you believe all women, unless they have to be women. It's interesting, in 1970, the Yom Kippur War, Golda Meir, Prime Minister of Israel at the time, Golda Meir was a lifelong social, right? She was a true believer. She moved, she's a child in Russia during the Great Pogroms, grows up in Milwaukee, and then Aliyah, right? What was then called Mandatory Palestine, becomes a leader in the Zionist movement. She was a kibbutz at first, an ardent socialist. She really believed, right, that this is a doctrine of human equality, and that while on the one hand we in Eretz Yisrael are doing our uniquely Jewish part of building a socialist wonderland, that we are also comrades of worldwide struggle. In the aftermath of the Yom Kippur War, she goes to Europe for a meeting of the Socialist International. And it's hard for us to believe. And she goes in. And basically she says, we just fought a war for ourselves. I want to understand some of our memoirs of life. I want to understand in the light of this what socialism is really about today. Not 1 inch of your territory put at our disposal for refueling the planes that saved us from destruction. Imagine Richard Nixon had said, I'm sorry, we have nowhere to refuel in Europe. We just can't do anything for you after all. He says, look, I'm the last person to believe the fact that we are only one tiny Jewish state. And there are over 20 Arab states with vast territories, endless oil, billions of dollars. I get it. But really, what I want to know from you today is whether these things are decisive factors in socialist thinking. I got through, the chairman asked if anyone wanted to respond, but no one did. This is a woman who believed in socialism. Emunah Shlema, her entire life. And now she's standing literally in the heart of the beast, in the Socialist International. And she says, where were you? That's ACO. Where are the things I believed in? And this is a moment as well for American Jews. There was an article, I think it was actually covered in the Atlantic this past March. The cover story was called "The Golden Age of American Jews is Ending." It's an important article. Whether it's all correct, I leave to you. It's an important read. And the article begins to describe the experience of Jewish children in public schools in the Bay Area. And the stories he tells are shocking. Stacy Harrow was in her office in downtown San Francisco when a text from her 16-year-old daughter arrived. I'm scared. Why is her 16-year-old daughter scared? Her classmates at Berkeley High School were ready to leave their desks and file into the hall, part of a planned walkout to protest Israel. It was October 18th, 11 days after the Hamas invasion of southern Israel. This is before air bombardments, invasion of Gaza. This is when, long before even all the dead were identified and buried. Around 10:30, the walkout began. Jewish parents traded panicked reports from their children. Zaltera heard the kids were chanting the river to sea, Palestine will be free, a slogan that suggests the nation of Israel. Rumors spread about other less coy phrases shouted in the hallways, carrying intimations of violence. Jewish students were in tears. Zoltera placed a call to the dean of students. By her own admission, she was hysterical. She says the dean hung up on her. After October 7th, her 13-year-old son began coming home with stories about anti-Semitic jive hurled in his direction. And then in math class, a kid walked up to him, playing he called the Nazi salute song on his phone. Another said something in German and told him, I don't like your. A Manichaean view of the conflict even filtered down to the lowest grades in Berkeley. According to one parent complaint to the principal of Washington Elementary School, a second grader suggested students divide into Israeli and Palestinian teams And another announced the Palestinians couldn't be friends. Yeah. Happens to be my brother is an attorney and just filed a pro bono case together with the ADL that is and a group of Jewish men that are suing the Philadelphia school. Right? We are not now talking about the notorious Bay Area. In the city of Benjamin Franklin, there's a picture of a sixth grade geography assignment to identify countries in the Middle East. And there's a key. This is all in publicly available court documents. There is a key. You're supposed to fill in there blanks next to every country. At the bottom of the page is the listing of countries, right? The answer. But in the answering, Israel is crossed out and replaced with the word Palestine, a country which does not exist. So it's a country, all the other countries are real countries. You know, Bahrain and Qatar and Egypt and Jordan. There are no other fancy countries. Narnia is not in the map. Middle Earth is not in the map. But Israel is not in the map. The article in the Atlantic like that. Public was for so long an Ikar Emunah, right? A principle of faith of American Jews. And the idea, the hippakut is making up. The system is not our friend. So much of the success story of American Jewry starts in the public school and ends in the world of the university. And particularly the Ivy League that has been such a siren song for American Jews. My teacher of classics, Dr. Louis Feldman al Shalom, who's one of the world experts in Josephus. I think of him every tissue. Dr. Feldman once told me that he asked the Rav why the Rav sent some kind of college to Harvard. That the Rav said to him, smiling, that Harvard is fellowship. Right? Harvard, that's the best you can get. Right? If you really want a place that you can learn something real. And certainly among the vast majority of American Jews, this is the definition of success. And eventually it came to a place where you can go to the universities and you can wear a yarmulke in public and you get down with a minyan and you can learn with a chabura and go through Rishonim and Achronim in the center for Jewish life. And everything was beautiful. The author writes, I grew up at the apex of the golden age. And we believed that we made it. We believed that it was true. That the ideals of classical American liberalism created a place, a meritocracy, a place of civil rights, a place that was open for Jewish success. A place where Shomer Shabbos gets to be the vice presidential candidate, separated from that office by a few hanging chads. Crying in the night, the tears on her cheeks. Ein lo menachem mikol ohavel. We have the comfort from all those of us who loved us, who we thought loved us, maybe did love us. Past Friday night, it's almost impossible now to keep up with the news. Past Friday night, the Bucker was stabbed in Kravitz, blocked from 770. Guy comes up to him, screams, "Free Palestine," and stabs him with a knife. Look, violence is really not unprecedented, certainly in those kinds of things. But the idea that there is hashkafa, the ideology of free Palestine in the streets of Grand Heights, in the public schools, in the unions, in the universities, in what we, the Heichal Hashem, God's bill is for us, in the universities themselves. So we have hard questions to ask about what Galus America means. And this is a period of Hippachud. And Hippachud is difficult. And Hippachud itself is painful. But as we said before, sometimes you need to break the assumptions to get through to a progress that you didn't even realize was missing. And whether that's true for our brothers and sisters in Israel or for us. Moshe Rebbe once shared a beautiful teaching. There's a famous Gemara by Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva said there are two prophecies that are linked. The prophecy of Uriah and the prophecy of Uriah. So what's the prophecy of Uriah? Tzion kisadet necharash. Tzion will be plowed over like a field. Zachariah tells, "Oh, Yeshua, Yeshua, the day will come when the old people, the little children, will play in the streets of Yerushalayim." So normally we read this, that just like we believe the nevuah of devastation, we see that it came true, right? It makes us believe that the opposite is possible as well. So the Rebbe understands this difference. It's supposed to mean Tzion will be plowed over like a. He says, well, what do you do when you plow? When you plow, you go through a field and it rips through the soil, right? It breaks the soil. It turns it over, it loosens it. And only after you plow are you able to plant. So Rabbi Shabbat says, Rabbi Akiva says, I see that all of our assumptions, the conceptia, the beliefs, the nevuah sheker, the false prophecies, and the false prophecies that were worse because there's so much truth to them also. All the echo, all the assumption that these things are there will protect us. If we can push through that, that gives us the ground on which to build. The ground, as Yirmiyahu would have said, with nos of Lantoa, to build and together be able to plant. So we'll say, and to have in mind this, what is this mindset? What does it mean for us? What are the things that are holding us back? The beliefs that we have perhaps challenged over the past year. Now let us go forward. Echo. Inat Sarali Kashach. Ekokichas Leviye. Lemecha Kudazon Daral. Inat Tzubu. At Mosaya. Next, Kino 14, Yudalid of 198. Velazar Kalir takes us to perhaps the opposite, an equally toxic kind of conclusion. Right? Another hashkaf, another worldview that emerges from the world of Quran that must be pushed back on as strongly as all of the exceptions, all of the hubris of Akon. This is a kina of profound that it sees korban, it sees destruction as something that was predestined, foreordained, and inevitable. Before the heavens have been spread out, he alluded to my temple's destruction, the verse, the earth was astonishingly empty. He intimated no man symbolizing the destruction of evening, future rebuilding is morning. Thus the glorious one announced the final outcome at the very beginning. And it goes through the fascinating. It goes through how God showed Avram Avinu about that there was going to be Golos, and there was going to be destruction, there was going to be Korban, and Yitzhak and Yaakov and so forth. They themselves mourned over it. It was always going to happen. The idea of inevitability, that this is what happens to us, which leads to Mar Shchora, to a deep kind of depression. And in its most tragic form, the conclusion that we have been abandoned. Morton Sanhedrin tells the following story. The 10 men came and sat before it. And we can tell contextually. This is talking about the Navi Yechezkel. So we're in the Babylonian exile. Yechezkel came to Babylonia with the first wave of exiles. He was their spiritual leader. The Gemara says 10 people came to hear from the Navi. So what does the Navi tell them? Chazir b'tshuva, teshuva. The Navi tells you. What do they say back? They say, Eved shemcharo rabbo, isha sheger shabayla, klum yesh lazel zeklum. Says a slave whose master stole, a woman whose husband divorces. Do they, after those events, what do they have to do with it? What do they say? They're saying the bris is over, right? The covenant, the relationship with God. However you want to conceive of it, a marital bond, a master and a servant. We've been rejected. We've read the room. We're not welcome here anymore. That this story is over. Says to them, Yechezkel, is a Sefer Krisus Imcha Asher Tinu. Where is the divorce bill of your mother? Where is the get? Where did you get the idea that God has abandoned the Jewish people? No. It is, I would say, not an unreasonable read of the situation. When God destroys the Beis Hamikdash, exiles the Jews of Babylonia, the game is over. And it's interesting, Haskell says, or Sefer, that this attitude, this sense of despair, of Yiddish, giving up, was already there in the last years of the Beis Hamikdash. That just as many people were lost in the world of Eco, right? Deluded by their own assumptions, everything would be fine. Others have given up already. God doesn't see us. God has left the land. So the anthem of Golos Bavel is found in the 137th chapter of Tehillim. Al Nerus Bavel. Sham Yashab Gam Bachina Mizachreinu Sion. And the rivers above it. Bavel is a country. The rest have two great rivers and myriads of canals, tributaries that come off. So there we sat by the rivers, crying, remembering what we lost. We hung our instruments. We hung them on the branches of the willows that grew along the rivers. Isham Shalunu Shavenu Direshir Salinu Simcha. There they led us captive. And they asked us to sing for them. It was fascinating. I'm sure I mentioned it before. There's a Zemer. It's printed a lot of the spirits. Right? It's a Zemer called Noyofis. Beautiful Zemer of Shabbos. Curious, anyone here ever sung Mayofis? Mayofis. Mayofis, it's in all the quality Zemeris. So why don't we sing Mayofis? So the story is that Mayofis had a beautiful Ashkenazi, and the Polish landowners, like this was kind of almost like the kind of thing the kids sing in talent shows, like it was like a heart-jerker kind of song. And the Polish landowners at their parties would bring in their Jewish employees to sing Mayofis for the entertainment of their guests, right? A bunch of drunken Polishers. And that association became so difficult, right? The Zemer dropped from circulation, but the term persisted in Yiddish. The Mayofis thing in Yiddish is the Yiddish equivalent of an Uncle Tom, right? A Mayofis thing is a Jew, right, who goes, right, and puts on the minstrel show for the entertainment of our enemies. So this is an old story. In Bavel, he said, we've heard about all these beautiful songs of Tzion. Everyone, the whole world knows of the Levim and the Beis Hamikdash. Sing us a pretty song. And their song says in the Shir Hashem heart. How do we sing the song of Hashem on foreign territory? And that's a really, really profound question. Because many Jews were really ready to give up. We're foreign soil. We don't belong here. But there's no more Yerushalayim. And maybe there should therefore be no more Jews. So just as Yirmiyahu was tasked with puncturing the delusions and the hubris of the generations, God sent a Navi to remind the Jewish people the bris is still alive and well. And that man's name was Yechezkel. And the Ravanel writes in the junction of Yechezkel, that's why he was called Yechezkel. Right? Ravanel is very interesting idea. Every Navi's name was somehow tied in to the core of his mission. So what was Yechezkel's mission according to Ravanel? He was there to strengthen the hearts of the Jewish people. The very beginning of Seder Yechezkel. What we call Ma'aser Merkava. And Ma'aser Merkava is the most explicitly mystical passage in the entire Tanakh. It's the basis of the whole world of Kabbalah. Yechezkel describes a vision that he had of the angels bearing God on a chariot. And it's interesting. The Gemara says that Yeshaya and Navi back in the day saw the same thing. But Yeshaya describes it in very concise, sparing terms. But Yechezkel, it's almost stream of consciousness. He's tumbling, the words tumble out of his mouth, trying to put into words this almost hallucinogenic experience of seeing the Merkava. So the Zohar in the introduction in Nachdom Shmos, the Zohar wants to understand what's going on. He said, I'm going to be Yechezkel. Saw the things he saw and revealed them. Right? Why is he giving away these divine secrets to Merkava? And you know what's fascinating? Really, it breaks all the rules. Normal nevuah is supposed to happen only in Eretz Yisrael. So how could this happen? That of all people in all places, the Jewish people would hear this nevuah in Galus world. Says the Zohar, when the Jewish people were marching in day. The God called out to all his celestial retinue. All of heaven empties out. And he says, we're going to bomb. B'sharas ruach nevuah kadisha al Yechezkel. Spirit of prophecy descended on Yechezkel. B'chama koma dechama, he saw all that he saw. V'amar lo Yisrael, he told the Jewish people, Hamarecha nacha, your master is here. The God has come to Babel. Below him knew. They didn't believe him. Eich nashir ashir Hashem al admir. How could it be? How will we sing the songs of God on foreign soil? the Itzrich Ligalo Koma the Chama, until it was necessary for Yechezkel to reveal everything that he saw. Va'irakach, va'irakach. I saw like this, I saw like this. The very vivid of the visions of Yechezkel was there to fight the sense of giving up, of the idea that in all of this loss, that we feel abandoned, that we feel cut off. And really, the very, very end of Yechezkel, near the end of Yechezkel, one of the most famous visions is the vision of Atzomos Yeveshos, of the dry bones. And the dry bones represent the Jewish people. And what did the dry bones say? These bones represent the whole house of Israel. Our bones have dried out. Our hope is lost. Yechezkel's whole mission is to say to them, of the Snikvasi, our hope is now lost. That we still have a hope. That we are still connected to God. Now that we're connected to God, He is present. Like we said at the very beginning, Iman Ovim Sarah, He's with you here in Bavel. And now I'm going to drive that home. I'm going to describe the Merkava that hovers here in Bavel. And I'm going to tell you about the bones. Bones that are dead and dry, whose hope is given back. It was interesting. Where Sukkah tells us, we have in Rosh Hashanah, we do a special mitzvah called Harav. There's above and beyond the Lulav and Esrog and the 4 species of Sukkahs. Shana Rav, at the end of the day, we take willow branches. And this is a separate and distinct mitzvah. There's a whole debate in the Gemara about what the origin of this mitzvah is. Is it Halacha Moshe Sinai? Is it a tradition that goes all the way back to Har Sinai? Is it an institution of the Yom? Everyone agrees that our current observance, the way we do it today, certainly outside of the Beit HaMikdash, was instituted by Zechariah, Haggai, and Malach, by the last 3 prophets during the very beginning of the Second Temple, the prophets that came back from Babylon. And perhaps the reason they felt the need to add to our observance of Sukkot a special mitzvah with the Arava, because it was a zecher, a remembrance of what happened in those Aravos and Bach. In those under the willow trees in Babylonia, the place where our hope almost was lost. That's where it came back to life. And every year out of Shana Rabbah, we proudly hold the Arava as a symbol that HaKadosh Baruch Hu still listens to us. That we can hold on to the Arava and say Hoshana. Say, God save us. To not give up on hope. To always have that sense in the darkest moments that God is with us and the peace of Yeshua, that we continue to anticipate, to envision, to hope for salvation. That is the secret the Jewish people discovered in Bavel under those willow trees. And that's the secret that when we come back to Hoshana Rabbah this year, last day of the year that began, last Shmini Atzeres, we continue to have that faith of being able to say, "Oh, the love the Sikvaseinu," Our hope is not lost. So we can oscillate back and forth between these two toxicities. The toxicity of echo, of being lost in false hopes, being lost in things that bar our way to real fixing, to real growth, to platitudinal thinking. But God forbid, in dark moments, you can ask yourself, Eiz Mashir Shir Hashem. We need your Yecheskel giving us that chizuk of Marichan Hacha. Your master's here. So it's interesting. The way that our kinos are currently structured, we skip to the very, very end of this kino. The kino ends with a lead-in back to Eiko. Right? Look, page 2. Yachad Zel Recho Raganula Hamir L'Shem Echo L'Lashon Eiko. Right? In the end, all of the sources, all of the people, right? It describes how the Chorban was already predicted beforehand. Then the Kino says, then they come to all read Echo's Echo. So you're stuck. It's like some kind of, it's like a choose your own adventure from hell. Right? It's a cycle that never ends. Right? You come to the end of Eisher Kfarasau. Oh, it's all predestined. It's all ruined. It's all damned. It's never going to be good. It's lost. Of the Sikvasenu. Somehow you come back to Eiko and you're stuck the whole time. And the truth is, I really wonder if the original order, this Kino was supposed to precede the last one, right? It sounds like it's supposed to lead in direct. We have to break out of both, right? Again, we have to acknowledge how real, right? The temptation says, say this. We have to acknowledge it. One of the quotes is great Rabbi, the Meir Shiloach, says that when Jews went down to Babel, he says everyone, understandable, was b'mar nefesh. They were deeply depressed. V'cheskel holach b'simcha rabba. V'cheskel somehow went into Golus and great joy. He says, "B'nei Cheskel hirgish orach kusha asher yezriach hakadosh baruch hu liYisrael b'Babel yoser b'yosem yoshel adas." Cheskel knew. He took strength, he took joy in the idea that Baruch would be with him in Babel in a way that gave him the chizah to mechazik others. We should have that same chizah. Last story. Yossi Klein Halevi, an Israeli journalist, tells a story in his memoirs about his father. His father was a young survivor of and after the war, he and some of his friends who survived came back to their town. These were all boys who came from Hasidic families. And his father used to tell him, after the war, none of us believed that. The whole world collapsed. And he said, the truth is, you go to Williamsburg, Borough Park, to Kiryas Yale, you'll find all kinds of respectable old people. Find a Hasidic mention, right? Who are dressed in Scheinlich, Bekshis, who went through hell in this world. And the immediate aftermath didn't know what to do. They were under those same willows. So he says as follows. Confronting the devastation, seized them the Nazis, and you serve the Jewish vision of an ordered world with a nihilist vision of an empty cosmos. They lived without restraint, drinking and gambling, and sleeping with whoever was available. Then one night, a few months after his return, my father imagined his parents standing before him, ashamed, ashamed. He abruptly left the nonstop partying and put aside the whiskey, and he converted his parents' empty home into a shelter for young Jewish women. That's the world of Sikvasinu. We have not lost our sense of hope. It will continue even after October 7th, even after the Holocaust, even after Purim is having. Our master, is here. Page 198. Nu tatskir no doing gidar is khuya. Udom rosli knows niya. Shevra yo. B'tzidei midas adin gazra. Roy remer yunanda. Lakudo so lebinei. Mikasi no belona. Miros gizau tovzana. Zoling avagamanzeh. Shar shimma v'neiza. Yom Shalom Lord. Reyacha mikinas beizachon echolu. Yagon chayim okolu kolu. Gizli tzirkishula. Benam shachna biatishla. Ima betz alili shaleya. Mato yiladi yeshua. Eze yom akosov. Liva mechim. Shorem mizah. Mama says of Vasavi, Ivago, Bagatavi, Mimi Bari Marsavi, we are not so low Mantavi, Nibiaye, Nit Eabigdor, Nishtab Brasos the door, the Glacy Yanakam is there, Lokushibri Ador, other Yaz, Nasa, Vizobaku, Ishvat Yasem, Avagavia. Shilo Ritzai, Kechalami Yisa, B'nimaz Asher Bonaso, Ruma Avira, Salucha Asher Chavitza Sasa, Miyos Tivyon, Itocha, Shalei Kishem, Asher Vili Mitzion Sa'aktiyon, Eich Nosan, Lasum Alay Goyesa, Rav Nagam, Okay, we're going to skip ahead a little bit because of time. The next keynote we're going to go down to number 9 on the list, Arzei Halvanon, 21st keynote, number 248. Arzei Halvanon tells the story of the Asara Malchus, a somewhat stylized, legendary rendition of the fact that at the time of the Churban and the destruction of the Paris 65 years later led to the Roman executions of some of the greatest leaders. As the Gemara Shoshana says, "Shkula visas tzadikim, kasrei space of Kino." Death of the righteous, loss of great people. Something that is considered as weighty as the loss of the. So, in other words, the truth is different. Midrashim give different lists exactly. But certainly, the best known of these men is Rabbi Akiva. And the Medrash often talks in terms of Rabbi Akiva v'Chavera, talks about these deaths as the deaths of Rabbi Akiva. Friday night, December 27th, 2002. It's Erev Shabbos, Parshas Vayechi. And I happen to remember the day well, though I don't remember the events as they transpired. It was the Shabbos of my brother's. So Friday night there is a yeshiva, very special yeshiva in the South Hebron Hills, a yeshiva called Otniel. And in Otniel, that Friday night, they're about to stir the Friday night soup. There are 4 students who are on Tarana. It's their week to be the waiters for the yeshiva. Otniel has a yeshiva. All of the students either will serve or have served in the army and are trained. There are something like 100 students coming in for the Friday annual. 2 Islamic jihad militants, disguised, stolen uniforms, soldiers, with battle vests, and M16s and hand grenades, sneak their way into the yeshiva. They cut through the fence around the yeshiva. And afterwards, around 7:45 p.m., they go into the back door of the kitchen. So the students were in the kitchen. One of them, Noam Apter Hashem Yikol, when he realized what's happened, he locks the door, separating the kitchen from the Chadarocha, from the dining. Terrorists kill the 4 Talmidim in the kitchen. Fine, they cannot get into the dining. and they start to fire into the dining room. The majority of the students take cover on their tables, and those who were carrying weapons began to return fire to the buildings. And eventually there's a 30-minute gun battle between Chayalim that rushed to the scene and terrorists. And eventually they're able to neutralize the terrorists. So this yeshiva has overnight lost 4 tummy, 4 of its students. The next Shabbos, the Rosh Yeshiva, Benny Collins, Friday night gets up to speak. What do you speak about in Yeshiva? There's just lost 4 boys. So the shmuz he gave, published under the title, Sicha Amutla, a talk. And here he lifts the language on the death of a child. This is Friday night Shabbos Vayera. Everything happened the week before. Arba Nichnus Lefardes, Lel Shabbos Kodesh. 4 entered paradise last Friday night. This, of course, is a reference to a well-known Gemara Chagiga. It talks about 4 great masters from the time of Tanoim, rabbis, the Mishnah, who had some kind of mystical experience. It was described as entering into paradise, entering into paradise. Paradise, those 4, he says, are inside paradise. And we cannot merit to be able to know the secrets that these boys have learned there. We only know of one person who's returned from paradise to tell the tale. And that, of course, is Rabbi Akiva. HaKadosh Baruch Hu brought Rabbi Akiva back to us for a short time before, with his martyrdom, Rabbi Akiva was taken back. And he says, if you want to understand the new Torah students are being initiated, we have to learn Torah, Rabbi. So it's a beautiful scene. And he develops the idea, famous idea. The Rabbi Akiva is one who was able in all the other stages see only despair. When they see only crying, Rabbi Akiva sees hope. So when they see the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash, when they see a fox, a jackal, wandering around the temple, and the other great sages are reduced to tears as they should. Rabbi Akiva laughs. As we spoke about before, Rabbi Akiva sees all the possibilities. Or Benny Collins quotes an obscure medrash that's quoted in the Shibboleth. The medrash says Rabbi Akiva was once crying on Shabbos. And his students said to him, Rabbi, didn't you teach us the karasa, the Shabbos Ode? You're supposed to call Shabbos delight. Why are you crying? And Rabbi Akiva said, emphatically, that only. This is my enjoyment. And he says, Rabbi Akiva is not delusional. Rabbi Akiva is not someone who really laughs in the inappropriate moments. But the Rabbi Akiva understands certain depth that one can feel simultaneously the suffering, the pain, the anguish. You can know what the world of tears is, but also understand, as Rabbi Kino did in his final moments when they were killing him, and he was in the ecstasy of saying Kriyashma. He says that's the Torah of Rabbi, being able to laugh and cry. So, Shabbos Kodesh Hadorav Ayom, on that awesome and terrible Friday night. Kasher Tzlachnu Lifrotz Adelet Haneula B'Gvura. When we on the other side were finally able to break through those locked doors, Shar HaChesed v'Hahatzala, those gates of kindness and salvation that had those boys not had the presence of mind to lock the doors, to lock them in, but saved everyone else. Asher Nichnasti v'Pagashti in Arba'at Yilteinu. When I went in, I met, I saw our four books. Asher Yitbossu b'Davim Minim Kavim Yibra B'Ktev B'Katureya Satan. I saw them soaked in their blood, pierced again and again, the murderous satanic bullets. Ra'iti apneya. Hashlama shalva v'chiyuch anu. I saw on their faces peace, tranquility, and a smile of Oneg Shabbos and Rebeki. Chiyuch shel hitzarfus of Amalia Shamala Limuda Pardes. The smile of joining into the heavenly court to learn the Torah of paradise, the Torah that makes sense out of it. Those are the words of which Rosh Hashanah 2000. But that's it. To give meaning, to give context, to inspire his other surviving living students. The Torah of Rabbi Kiva v'Chavera. Rabbi Kiva is this Kino. A few years ago, Benny Collinson published this book. The book is called Ama Avdahar. Quote from Yirmiyahu. Why was the land destroyed? It's a study of the Midrashim about fortified. Right? He goes on, does his own deep analysis of trying to understand the Gemara's Gita and all the classic texts about the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash. So I was there a few years ago. I saw this farm store. I picked it up. Some of you have been the beneficiaries of the Torah the last few years. We used it every year to come back to this book, and I found little nuggets that really touched me. So I went back to the book this year, and I looked at the introduction. Why did I write this? And he says, I wrote this book. He says, as the second generation after the Holocaust, whose father was the sole survivor of his town, his family, all of his relatives were left behind the killing fields of Europe. He says, "A chashash b'nei churban Mechachel b'tochi u'ma'atzeh et haviyati. He says the concern, the fear, destruction is a possibility. Is something which is always inside me, which shapes my existence. He says, as a Jew, as an Israeli, who lived through the terrible weeks of waiting before the Six-Day War, a time which I would add parenthetically, we thought was in history. Time of waiting for the other shoe to drop. Is the enemy going to attack? He says, someone who lived through that, and chashash and someone felt the fear that could this return to Zion have fallen apart during the Yom Kippur War. He says, it's clear to me, without the help of heaven or hard work, Einam Tziyut Shalanu Ba'aretz Rak Kayam. Their existence here in Eretz Yisrael would not exist. And then he adds, as Rosh Hashiva, who's lost friends and student children, Murdoch, Kiddush Hashem, as they felt were filling in the line of duty, building the third base having. He's talking about the terrible idea. He says, I felt that it's important to go back again and again. Chazal taught us lessons about what Churban is, how it comes, why it comes, how you push back. So from the Torah of Rabbi Akiva at the end of the Shiva, the Torah of the Churban, which he then gave us, Benny Collinson has taught a generation of Talmidim, and us as well, important deep life. So now it's Simchas Torah on this path. And you remember there was great chaos now. It took hours for the army to arrive. I had a bus driver in Israel. Told us about how on the mornings of Torah, he got a call from his bus company, come to Tennessee, where there were buses and buses lined up. And he said people were coming in, people still in Talisim, they came straight from shul. They didn't know where they were going. They said, drive us out. They drove through roads where they saw the carnage everywhere. So on that morning, it's in the Torah. Benny Kalman's son, Elchanan Kalman, who lives there in O'Neill, is the head of security of the Yishuv, and works for the Mossad. He hears what's happening. And he grabs his brother of Menachem. Menachem was mentioned in the introduction that he transcribed his father's Shiurim and the Churban, so his father could write this book. So Elchanan Kalmanson get into a car, and their nephew, Benny's grandson, Itiel Zohar, they get into the car and they drive to Kibbutz Be'eri. And they come to Be'eri and they find all people frantic with worry outside the Kibbutz. They understand that there are fighters, Palestinian terrorists are all over Be'eri. and that there are families, dozens of families of people hunger down their safe, not knowing it's happening. Explosions. And Elchanan and Benny Kalman and Etio, they grab an armored vehicle designed, the Jeep seats 4 people. And they go in to the heart of the kibbutz, time and time again. Go into the houses under fire. Non-stop from 6 p.m. the evening as the Chastorah is ending till 9 o'clock in the morning. And they saved more than 100. More than 100 people walk the world today because of Elchanan and Menachem Kalman. He feels over. 9 a.m. They encountered a militant dressed in black who opened fire on Elchanan. He yelled, "I've been hit," and he fell near the entrance of the house. Lost consciousness. They're about to evacuate him by helicopter when he was there dead. Benny Kalman talked in the book about the loss of his Talmidim Banim, his students, his children. This time his actual son, a son who left behind him a wife and children. For these accomplishments, on behalf of the incredible valor and heroism of Elchanan Kalman, his brother of Menachem, was given the Israel Prize for civilian heroism this past Yom Ha'atzmaut. Menachem Kalman gave a speech. It is a speech that is incredible, it is breathtaking, and it's a speech that is actually now going into the curriculum for the Israeli school system. Israeli children for years are going to learn up the speech of Menachem Kalman. I wanted to find the English translation because I couldn't find a Polish translation. But I have the Hebrew for you, for those of you with the handouts. It starts on page. So this speech, which is really not good, it begins like this. He says, Hashem sefasai tiftach, ufi yagiti las. Hashem, open my lips, let my mouth tell over your praise. So he starts by acknowledging all the dignitaries present. So I'll read the translation. This is a ceremony that sees the great spirit of our nation and answers the great question of why. Why are we here? The question that we are so thirsty to answer after this difficult year. This is a question that filled the entire state during the time that Machlokas burned away and threatened to tear us away from, to tear us apart from inside. At a time when we were fighting over the pizza that just created higher walls between us. Are we still brothers? He says this question, are we still brothers, is something that when the sirens started going off all over the country, so they started going, that question fell in the air. He says that Shabbos, afternoon, my brother Elchanan, who I still miss to say, called to me in Etziel to go with him to the south. He didn't have to explain why. There were no words exchanged. Why are we going? And he quotes from Yosef HaTzadik, Esachai Anochim Vakesh. I am seeking out my brothers. We knew the danger. Notwithstanding the fear, we chose to enter again and again. We never asked ourselves why we were doing this. This was so clear in the middle of that night. We were so exhausted, but notwithstanding the fear, we couldn't stop. Like my nephew Etiel explained, when you know that your brother is in danger, truthfully, there is no freedom of choice anymore. He says we came to the door, the Meiri family, the Meir family, and I said, Ani Yehudi, I'm a Jew. Ani Pomish Vilchav Agashat Adelet, I'm here for you. Please open the door. When we got there, Michal Meir refused to open the door to the sealed room. She was so traumatized. She didn't know who we were. She and her sister were scared of us. Michal said, talk so we can hear your Hebrew. And she didn't open the door until I screamed to her, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. And immediately the door opened. I will confess, this was not a prayer at all, that Shema. My Shema was screaming, Ani Yehudi, Ani po b'shvilcha, I am a Jew. I am here for you. He says, ladies and gentlemen, I'm humbled for being with you. Pausing from the halal of the Torah. The God has raised the poor man up from the dust. He says, I'm sitting here, this is the ceremony where all the great people of Medina Israel are here. Leaders, thought leaders, leaders of government, the Rishon LeZion, the Sardi Chief Rabbi, the sports heroes that we grew up on. And he says so many great people like he says, you together with thousands of anonymous heroes, tell us who our brothers, the house of Israel is. Who is Achenu Kol Yisrael? And this is the answer to the question of why we are. Lo nitoshet Achenu b'Adar u'Tzapon, we will not forsake our brothers in the south and the north. As Achenu shenilchamim u'mishpachoteichem hatomchot. All of our brothers who fight, and all the families that support them. All of our wounded brothers, those who fought, with the wounds that are visible and the invisible wounds that hurt all the same. We will not forget our brothers, citizens, those who fought, security teams in Otel Aza, all those communities in Gaza, who fell in battles that will continue to be told in the book of the history of Israel. We will not forget our brothers and sisters kidnapped in the hands of murderers. Every day we will daven and hope for their return. Lo nariv, lo riyat hatov shel am hazeh. No longer will we fight without seeing the good, the essential good in this nation. The blood of our brothers cries out to us from the ground. Shomer Achi Anochi, I am my brother's keeper. Todala Elchanan al Shirazer, La Kokach. Thank you, my brother Elchanan, on this shear that you thought, that your life, that your death of Hashem is a masterclass, the eternity of Kal. I would go back to his father's words of me. It's a sheer taken from the world of Rabbi Akiva, the Torah of Pardes. It will continue to inspire us the same way that Rabbi Akiva and Chavira have been there with Klal Yisrael every Tishba, during every moment of darkness throughout the last 2,000 years. We'll say the Kino, and I'll add before we start the Kino, for those of you who want, in addition to this particular Kino, in the handout, I have added a Kino that I found. It's a Kino called Otev V'Hanechtav V'Hanechtav. Again, the translation of justice. It's the poetry, the references in the line. It is a Kina on those killed on Simchas Torah. Great to tell. In addition, the second half on page 2 is a Kina specifically about the story of Elchanan Kalman and his act of heroism on size of the summer. So again, together we will say Kina both for Akiva and his companions, and for Elchanan Kalman and the martyrs of October 7th. Arzelfano, Gatro, Mali Jason, the Mishnah Gemara. Yibarakawa, Yokto Shari Malchus Asara, Alelani Bokia, Lady Nigra. Yotzel Aspalav, Shalom Plumi Tersman, Ahur Chutz Yom Evra, Ova Barak Nisra, Abir Kevnafra, Tzadik Rolan Shamua Bachrona, Narayan Kira, Yom Rishav Zayos, Zman Kiddush, Ay Kadesh, Vayikra Cher Shalku Allah, Lechu B'chaim Legam, Rayzan Ishmazu Elohim, Yoitzer b'tzar tzura keinu chayinu osim ne'avlo lanos vigara b'skilo shebechen gareg mi yuchal sharon usar sinana yochlu arayos savez ra chazat tuva v'shogat tuva Sorfu aryeh vakbiro Sergim lachmele Yomer shalom v'yvara Gisavenei Eis Shari Zamli Kosei. Ota Vanechta Vanisteya Shachar Rodnum Sarah. Kasambly have the Kushem Astara parts. Sorry, Avla, Vadefebra, the Grosh, Sonim, and Yostov Tasalaki, Gitzar Hamir, Hayal began Katsin, Rega Nimhak, the Fashion. אין קול ואין עונה, וישלו יצחק, אויל בושסנו, שאין הבטח, עוד גוסות יצחקים, בשיר וזמר, יור וגם לבדו, ודאג אומר, נחלקו חירור, ותחת אומר, חפש ואין נמצא יחמר, מימס מנחטוב ומינו וחיה, פעלו יישובים, באור הבוקר, מיד לאחרי Yuriasha, so is an evidence of a globe is that grass on it. Oh, big show. No, Miss Veda is Dorem, Chazum Mamad, Tzvech Yorim, Bamachshavas Ravai Korim. Eich Yoshua, Bladat, Stay Road Hayim, Tender, Shaktor on Rechavam Meir. Tachana Mishtar Kravam Navi, Dam Kazazel, the Shukasi, each of these forces. Talk with Rachman Zawa, Noshim, Hisava, Chayvitaplis Boya, Kovim El Rahman Racham Adonai Achlibukawa, Dorshim Nachmazel, Isabel. Haley Barim Yachim, Asas Shama, Kizeriba, Vachian is Master Topaz, Ivel Butay, Katinu, Mamatos, Miskonon, and Izimachmel, Achiesh Miskonon, Halas Mitzvah Hanan, Shinu Mavaski Ramnon, and Lodesh, Olo Shalakatan, Lachim, Avlo Chipkanes, Leo Voker Shuv, Shuv, Shir Shma, Chol, the Hostinai. They somehow is true. They don't know. Kilo Tziesh, Vespareya, Sinchu Ishto, Kishto Mapana, Bala Asher Nisan, Vesper Shana, Elish Kator, Mechamel Mano, Ana Lakish Loch Menachem, Sarli Leim Tivke, Besis Yabeya, Only run of Eloach El Ana, the Doyatain Shemi Yishmael, Ushlach Bezam Festival Michael, Hashem Shalom, Malach Yisrael, Niknas Niyag, Avli Matayam, Samar Lucia, Bazman Yeshua, you don't really are. Shalaya. Take a look at page 5 of the handout. You have a photograph that was taken in the Slobodka ghetto on June 26, 1941. On the day, there were riots. 800 Lithuanian nationals, 800 Jews were murdered by the nationalists. This was a Jew in the ghetto. His name was Tzvi Kadushin. Later, he changed his name to George Kaddish. George Kaddish was one of other things about. And on that terrible morning, he heard screaming from his neighbor's apartment. And he tells the story that he came in to find his neighbor lying motionless on the floor. And he saw his neighbor's figure was bloody. And he saw next to his neighbor's hand that with his dying moments, his neighbor wrote the following on the floor of his house: Yidden come, Jews revenge. Yidden come. Hashem George Kaddish. And he brought with him a cachet of his own film, pictures he took himself in the ghetto, throughout War II Europe, film he got from other people. And in 1945, George Kaddish stages the first photographic exhibit of the Holocaust in world history, in post-war Germany. And he puts on, and this has been studied and written about, he puts on his exhibition called Pictures of the Ghetto, in the American zone of occupation. And he puts it on in the DP camps, Landsberg, Belfading. It then goes to Munich at the first Congress of the Sheiras HaPleita, the organization of Jewish survivors who found themselves in Germany. And it's remarkable. The survivors could not get enough of seeing these pictures. Somehow, it filled some kind of a deep need that they felt, that they should not be forgotten. Their story should be remembered. Perhaps it's a shikul nechama. If not nechama, this Jew was killed in Slobodka more than 80 years ago. Today, Jews sitting in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, a place you might never have heard of. And Jews hearing the story right now through the internet in Eretz Israel are looking at his final message, Yidden to come. Jews take revenge. So I have an incredibly deep example. I've spent a lot of time last year thinking about this idea of revenge. What does revenge mean? Is revenge something? It's true. We praise God. We say it every week. Kel Nikamos Hashem. Kel Nikamos Sophia. God is a God of vengeance. And may that God of vengeance, may he appear. I thought about it a lot during Avarachamim, the prayer, the Kedushin, prayer for me has been very much tied up for the last 5 years with those who were murdered. And those words, we said it every morning and evening in Shul, in Avinu Malkeinu, for the last year. Nekom nikmas namadecha shoftu. God, avenge the blood of your slaughtered servants. But this is the complicated topic. What is the complicated? How do you separate vengeance from justice? Vengeance from bloodthirstiness? How do we not become cruel people in the process? And the truth is, those of you who are part of the coverage on shows, I've been spending the last couple of weeks and going forward, trying to unlock this all in my head, trying to figure out what it's all about. The Nekama can be a very dangerous idea, a toxic idea, very powerful as well, and guilt and innocence, collective guilt. But I want to share one short idea on that. As Rabbi Shabbos Raval Hirsch's commentary, and he says this actually in a number of different places. He says this in discussing the Chemes Midian, the war against Midian, where Hashem says to Moshe, Nikom Nikos Hashem and Midian, go avenge the vengeance of God against Midian. He says in the Kama, comes from the word kum, to get up. So the Kama is about what does it take to get up? Right? And he gives two examples. He says, this is l'komim et hatzedek shenirmas tachas. He says in the moment where justice is trampled, where justice itself, something horrible has happened, right? And justice itself is the victim. The Nekama means what are the steps that God takes to allow justice to stand again, to restore principles, or to be able for a person who is crushed and broken to be able to stand tall again, like to raise up those who are low. He says that's the definition of Nekama. Whatever else Nekama is the idea that broken people and broken ideals can stand again. So Hacharisha, the next Kino, takes us back into the niches of the world of states. And talks about, ends with a cry from the heart, a cry from the Kama. The reason Rav Soloveitchik said, we say these kinos, and there are the names in these kinos of places for a long time. But really, they're just places. He said, we say, in his time, it says worms inspire in minds, but it means Warsaw, and Vilna, and Berlin. We say this written so many hundreds of years ago. We hear the cry for the Kama of all the suffering. And however Baruch Hu chooses to bring the Kama, the answer, the scream in the photograph, that we should be able to stand tall, that ideals should be able to stand tall again, not trapped. He's 254. Okay. The next Kino page 268, Chav Gimel, there's Navi Chazal saying, there's a story of one family. Story of the children of Rabbi Yishmael, Kohen Gadol, Rabbi Yishmael, a priest, a great righteous person, were taken captive in the during the destruction of Yerushalayim. And they're sold into slavery. So many Jews were sold into slavery after the destruction of Israel. We know from the source of time that essentially the bottom fell out of the slave market. The market was so flooded with Jewish slaves. So the story is the story that Gemara tells how two Roman slave owners decide they can shut up that they are going to free their slaves to create more livable Jewish slaves for them to work. And unbeknownst to either of them, the two slaves are the brother and sister, the children of Yishmael. That describes how they're left in a room together all night, and they're both filled with such shame and horror that this is where the family of the Kohen Gadol come to. And then in the morning, at first dawn, they recognize each other, and their souls leave their bodies on their reunion. So we tell this story because the human brain cannot encompass the stories of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or millions of people. Those are statistics. That if we are not able to break down tragedy into a representative part that we can connect to directly, we can wrap our heads around, right? We can't begin to find the connection. So there certainly were so many other people who suffered. So many stories in the aftermath. The stories of what happened to survivors. But for a moment, we mark them in this case. I find that just interesting to know. The Python, as Hebrew poet, actually makes up a word. He says, Zomar Mishivias Yonde Mishavisi. You should know, I got myself a grip on a Jewish slave. And literally, he calls her Mishivias Fion, which we would translate today, right, from the captivity of the Zionists. Of course, there was no Zionism when this Kino was written. There was no Zionism as political movement by Cheney. It didn't exist, right? He was making up a word for those people who are from Yerushalayim. You're from Zion, you are a Tzvion. You would have imagined the level to which the word Zion has become a dirty word in the world today. Right? So many people, the way that people say the word Zion, such venom, right? Such hatred. Fine. The Gemara in Gittin tells us that there was another child of Yishmael. Maybe he was a brother, maybe he was a cousin. Was locked away in a dungeon in Rome. And comes along the great Rabbi Yeshua for the great mitzvah of Pidyon Shvuyim, of redeeming hostages. A mitzvah that is so poignant. Again, I don't think we're going to get to it today. A material about how central a mitzvah this was for hundreds of years. We have in the Cairo Knesset. The Jewish community is one of the most important stuff that the Jewish community had was Pidyon Shvuyim. Right? It was the money to save Jews who were taken captive. Right? We know. Right? We have the letters from the Knesset. The Ksaviyat Kodesh, in the handwriting of the Rambam. There's the Rambam, the same Rambam who is sitting there working on Sukkot and Kachim and the most deep philosophical questions that ever existed. He was involved, hands-on, writing letters to communities, raising money for Binyan Shuyim, writing receipts. We have them with his signature. You can go online, you can look at them. So Yeshua himself involves himself in the issue. And he hears. He asks him as he's walking through prison. Asks him, why is this happening? And he hears a pasuk being quoted. The perfect answer to this question. And he says he tries to find a voice for himself. And he discovers that it's a Jewish child held captive in the slave markets. And he says, I will spend all the money in the world to redeem this child. That child is also the child of Yishmael. This Gemara is not just Nakat, it's not just. They're one of the deepest questions. And it's a question we're asking this year as well, which is at what price? How much do we pay? And this was a real child in the Malaysia. What resources do we put to bear? How far do we push? And there's all discussion in the post-game. So according to many post-game, for Talmud Chacham, we spend tremendous time. And Tosa says, we learn from the story, it doesn't have to be a full-fledged adult Talmud Chacham. That someone who is a promising Talmud, we learn from the story of Yeshua says that Jewish people cannot afford to lose the potential of this child. We need to get him out of the slave market to bring him home. And even if we're going to pay money that's above and beyond what is reasonable, right? If we're going to have a future, we need to. So I want to tell you a story very briefly of one child. It's not that before his potential could grow for college. And I'm telling you this story because I have found myself particularly moved, touched, haunted by this story. But really, like we said, as the Rav would say, this could be any of the heroes died this year. And it could be millions of anonymous Jews graduating. My last day in Eretz Yisrael, I went to Levai. I went to a funeral of a fallen soldier. Didn't know the soldier. I didn't know his family. But it was a wrenching moment. The Hesped and the eulogies ripped me apart. It was the end, albeit of an emotionally incredibly draining, oscillating week. I felt so tight. The boy's name is Ethan Joe Rose. He was the earnest family, the oldest, I think, 5 children. Grew up in Alachua. He's the third boy from his high school class at Neve Shmuel and Rye. The third boy in his class to die in the war. He's one of 9 Talmidim in Yeshivat Yerucham, to die in the war. The story I heard that day, and I heard something absolutely remarkable. First and foremost, he was yeshiva. He had just finished, right after Yom Kippur, he had finished his piece of his Hesder service in Art. And he's going back to yeshiva. Right, he's going back, benches, his medrash. His grandfather said he already was all excited. He's gone out. He bought this farm for the newsman. Right, everything's going to be learning. We'll see in a moment. He's a very talented artist. When he graduated high school, he was given a full scholarship to go and study art. He laughed. I'm not going to study art. I'm going to Shiva. Like maybe some point in the future. Because right now, I get to learn Torah. When they got his bag back, what he had with him in his taking cost. And what do you take with you to cost? There's a sitter, and a flourish, and a mission. And then that feeling the Seth of Mara, and a copy of Oral study. That's what he took with him to go to. And he was by all telling a deep, insightful, brilliant person. He was connected to all Jews. He grew up certainly in the heart of the Israeli world. And he felt a pull to the world of Hasidus. So he was a regular in the base medrash of Reb Shaul Alter, the Gerush. And you see there are pictures from Tishin to place there. You can see on the bleachers, right? There's a sea of Hasidic. And if you look very carefully, you see this one yarmulke there, like in between two guys in the top row of the bleachers. Right? He had a relationship with Shaul Alter. And he felt deeply the sense of connection to the world of Hasidus, the learning of Hasidus. At his life, I saw standing there in their distinct dress a delegation of Gerut Hasidim who came to weep for him. One of the last pictures they took of him was with a group of Lubavitcher Hasidim who were printing, as is their practice, a copy of the Tanya in Gaza to go over the world to print Tanya. And he went over, he saw them, he went to go stand with them. So Eitan Rosen's wife was really an artist. And that his art, so much of his art, was about the story of Klal. You take a look at the end. I want to share with you a little bit of Eitan Rosen. Page 6, you see this notebook sketch. It's drawing why do you forget us forever? So he has to do a senior project. Or he is in high school in Israel, their majors. He had an art major in addition to other stuff. So his project was a mural. See the mural on page 7. Right? It's a mural done on parchment. See the size of this mural. Right? This is an actual picture. The mural today is up in the exhibit in the Bible in Israel. It is a mural of Jewish history from the inside. In other words, what the story, it's a mural of Klal Yisrael. So he did this during the first few months of COVID. Right? During the beginning of COVID, some people baked sourdough bread. Eitan Rosen's wife drew Klal Yisrael. And it's incredible. I gave you have just so you can feel a little bit. The reproduction is not amazing. You take a look at page 8 of the intricate detail of this massive mural. Right? And he has Titus, the Roman Emperor Titus, is in the mural. You see people in a concentration camp uniform in the mural. The Asari Malchus are in the mural. Everything's in the mural. The whole story from Golus to Gula, the tragedy, the passion, the promise of Klal Yisrael. His story is in this mural. You have a drawing he drew, a sketch on page 9. Sketch he did a couple of years ago. As a sketch, a very deep picture. It comes from the Hoshanos of Hoshana Rabbah. You see the Jew in the Talmud, Kittel, Erkel, holding the Vanesra. It says, Mama Kane, Kino Gdola Boish. Ask God, save us for the sake of the one who made great zealousness with fire. And you see the sacrifice, the Sira Mishnaleach in the background, like each picture. You need a Rashi and a Tosfos to make your way through the artwork of 800. I stood in the cemetery that day, just bawling. A young Chayal came over to me and gave me a hug. And I'm not like a huggy guy. It was exactly what I needed at that moment. Rabbi Yeshua heard the words of the young captain and said, the Klal Yisrael needs it. Whatever it takes, I will pay to bring this voice with me. Hoshana Rabbah was Eitan Rose's wife's last normal day. And I'm sure he said to Hoshana, feeling that Shlu the next day, after having been released from his from his official time of service, he was called back into the army. Bo Bayom Ansel Festival. He never went home again after Simchas. There's something so eerily precious, but all the feeling in this artistic depiction of Hoshana. Who knows what Eitan Roses was given, what his Torah, what his art, what the Abbas Dral. He was snuffed out. We say the Kino in his memory. And again, as I mentioned, he is one of nine people from Bachman's alumni from Yeshivat Yerucham who killed here. One of the alumni wrote a Kino specifically on those who passed from the yeshiva who fell down here. It's on page 10 of the handout, and feel free to use that. Page 206. That's the Vifatas. Minara, the ship, no of that. Okay. So much else to say. Shall we want to opportunity? We'll say one last Kino before we say it. We'll say Ish Tukad Ba'api. So Ish Tukad Ba'api is the contrast. Right? The contrast between the highest moments of Klal Yisrael, right? Between the great moments of Yetzias Mitzrayim and Chorban Yerushalayim, right? And the Python here contrasts B'tzeisi Mitzrayim and B'tzeisi Yerushalayim. One was like the high we were on, the wonders, the miracles when we left Mitzrayim, and what was like the horror, the pain when we left Yerushalayim. So on a simple level, this is all about the idea of contrast, the idea of this is what it's like when it's wonderful, never is what it's like when it's terrible, and we should be Zayich B'Shuvi Yerushalayim. One day we get to go back. The Rav said something very interesting. He posited Tisha B'Av and Pesach, which represent the zenith and the nadir experience of Klal Yisrael. Unlike by mitzvah, that he was mechadesh, he proposed that just like there's a mitzvah of Sipur Yetzias Mitzrayim, that the avodah that we do on Pesach is that we have to tell the story of the Exodus, to make it real. We have to act like we left Egypt. Right? We have to think, if the Rebbe says, we have to act like we left Egypt. He says that's the avodah of Tisha B'Av. That Tisha B'Av, he's mechadesh. He suggests that there's an idea called Sipur Chorban Yerushalayim, that we have to tell our families the experience what it means to leave Yerushalayim. So I think this idea of steeple, the idea that these experiences, right, are tied up with the need to tell the story, or as we would put it today, the fundamental to these experiences is the building of narrative. Right? Events happen, but we choose the narratives that give the events context and meaning and significance, and thus also meaning as well. We have to tell our story. The Torah says it's fundamental. This is what defines us. We were slaves, HaKadosh Baruch Hu took us out. That is fundamental to who we are. And you should know in antiquity, that narrative was under attack. In Egypt, during the classical period, there was a whole Lashon Hara, like a counter story. There was a Greek priest, an Egyptian Greek priest. His name is Benito, right? And he had a whole story. And Josephus writes about this. That the Jews were a whole, it doesn't matter, a bunch of lepers who were, contagious, and the Egyptians threw them out. And this guy named Moses takes them to the desert. There's all kinds of bizarre canards. They followed a donkey through the desert, and that's who they are. They're fundamentally out. And this canard, right? The narrative, the Jews are a disease-ridden group of outcasts. That's the story the world tells about the Jews. So we have a mitzvah secret. Because if we sink into their narrative, we're finished. Right? We have to know that Jewish child has to be inculcated from the time he's a little child, whatever you have to do. Right? Whether that means you gotta give him a PlayStation for the afternoon and dress up in silly costumes and sing songs and tell stories. And then when they get a little older, you have to sit through every part that they come to school with. But the point is that you have to drive into your children. We were our slaves, but Yotzianu Hashem Misham. HaKadosh Baruch Hu took us out of Egypt. And Tisha B'Av is also about. Tisha B'Av is the narrative for 2,000 years that connected us to Eretz Yisrael, to Yerushalayim, to Beis HaMikdash, that we don't give up. You know what's interesting? The Gemara in the end of the third paragraph of the last round. Now, if you have anything, it's almost not that. The third paragraph is called Cheskes Habat. And it deals with halachos connected to how do you know who owns something? Right? Who has, how do you establish Hazaka owning a house? Right? At the end of Cheskes Habat, there is a section of Hagat that is all about mourning the Beis HaMikdash. So I heard of Elak a few years ago. Actually, one of the Shushiva. Yell. Ravim said the reason those Zaganata are in Cheskes Habat. What is Cheskes Habat? It teaches you that when you occupy a house, when you're not Messiah, when you don't give up on owning the house, and the owner doesn't give up on the house is always his. Right? And this is the legal principle, how that works. He says, when we remember the Beis HaMikdash, we assert our Cheskes Habat. We assert that we still hold on to this. And you should know that our enemies deeply contest. They have their own narratives about Yerushalayim, about the Har Bayis, about the Beis HaMikdash. There's so much of the Palestinian narrative that's out there. And it's dangerous. And it's seductive. The Yasser Arafat, the Imam Shlomo said to Bill Clinton that the Beis HaMikdash did not stand in Yerushalayim. There was never a Beis HaMikdash on Har Bayis. The Beis HaMikdash was in Nablus. And the Clintons said back then, not only the Jews, but I too believe that under the surface are the remains of Solomon's temple. This is not a joke. It's really there. And Arafat already has gone to his eternal reward. Right, but Mahmoud Abbas, right, the great moderate leader of the Palestinians, right, as recently as less than a year ago at the United Nations, said Jews are not connected to the Temple Mount. They dug under Al-Aqsa, he said, they found nothing. There is no Jewish history to Yerushalayim, to the Har Bayis. If we do not have our narrative, if we don't believe in Yetzias Mitzrayim, in Maimon Har Sinai, yes, in the Beis HaMikdash and its destruction, and that story ends with its rebuilding, Beshuvi Yerushalayim, then we've won. We're still not sure what to call what happens. I wrote to ourselves, Suits Fire, Soros, Yetzirah, September 7th. It doesn't yet quite happen. You know what they called it? What they called that operation? They called it the Al-Aqsa flood. Al-Aqsa is the mosque in Har Bayis. That they are going to liberate the Har Bayis from Jews. Soldiers who've been in Gaza have told me that every house they go into, they've gone into a lot of houses. What do they see on the wall? A picture of Yerushalayim. Right? They're not joking around. That they have a narrative. And that we have to take their narrative seriously insofar as that's what's motivating. Right? Take them at their word. There was a record. In 2021, there was a conference in a hotel in Gaza about what things will look like. It was sponsored by Yahya. It was a conference to talk about what the next day looks like. What happens once Israel is overrun by Palestine. And they went through detailed plans. It's so chilly. You can read this. Right? They went through plans about the fact that we shouldn't let all of the well-trained Jews, medicine, technology, leave or be killed yet, right? After they became so educated, on our backs. So we're gonna have to find a way to use them to our benefit. I mean, you would think it is the work of fantasy, right? But thought we have October 7th is also. On Pesach and Tisha B'Av, we dive deeply into our narrative. As a narrative that binds us to God and that binds us to our history and binds us to the base. Right? That is something fundamental. And this is the year that we need to be proud of deepening our connection to that idea. And that, by the way, is fundamental. That's what being shown really means. Everyone asks, what is the Bihimi? Right? This is what stood for our ancestors and us. What's Bihimi? Right? So just before we talk about the priesthood of Sarim, the covenant with Abba. And the priesthood of Sarim is the roadmap. The priesthood of Sarim means the destiny of Klal Yisrael is that we are going to suffer at the hands of enemies, but Hashem will save us and will bring us there. Right? That is the narrative of the Jewish people. It's the narrative of Pesach, and it's the narrative of Tisha B'Av. V'hi sha'am d'la v'yiseinu b'lo. And more than anything else, the fact that we always do that. And then twice a year and every day of the year, we tell our children that story. And we do things to remind us that that is the roadmap of Jewish history. That's why we're still here. That's how the sparkles protect us. That's how Hashem will save us. The Tzeisi Yerushalayim. There's 3 or 4. Yishtu kol kir v'yalos. Tzeisi Yerushalayim. Az yashir shelayin. Tzeisi Yerushalayim. I can be say the Virshama, may see is the say the Vitaye, the Hamas of Shama, like that, say the Virshama, Yalayam, but say the Vitaye, the name Shatafu. Say the Yerushalayim. The God Shalom Yitzor Yosef Ayim. But say the Yerushalayim. Say the Yerushalayim. We go ahead to page 306. We pick up at the letter of Moshe. Moshe Yehuda. But say the Yerushalayim. The B'chadei Tarat Yandaske, say the Yerushalayim, the Arach Hamalada, but say the Mitzrayim, Rachag Mimenu B'nei, say the Yerushalayim, Tisrei Barach, Rei Barach, say the Mitzrayim, I love and shame. I feel pretend every time. The head guard, the eye guard, say the child. I really was the father. Say the time. She guys is true. Good say the Yerushalayim, it does ever. It says the Mitzrayim, Sunday, Abba, say the Yerushalayim, the Shabbat, say the Mitzrayim, Abba, say the Yerushalayim. Rinavi Yeshua, say the Mitzrayim. Shulchan Rav, Chalil Ketorah, it says the Mitzrayim. Torah, Seula, Fliach, says in Israel, Sasa v'sevra tegala, Shuveli Yerushalayim. Nitya v'yara, Kema v'shal tera, El-Khizra v'grasa, Hallelujah, Hallelujah. Hashem, V'yash v'sana, V'yas v'charvem, V'sav v'dash hadara, Alei v'sharasek, Mani v'shir devara, V'yal